So testing mic 1. Testing mic 1. Testing mic 4. Testing mic 5. Testing mic 6. Testing mic 7. Testing mic 8. Testing mic 10. Testing mic number 11. Testing mic number 12. Staff mic 1. Staff mic number 2. Testing podium mic. Clerk's mic. Wireless mic 2. And wireless mic number 1. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, and everybody's, Alejo and Lopez are online.
Oh.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Root, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session?
Not today, Chair.
Thank you very much. Therefore, we will be doing closed session item 1A through E. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on today's closed session? Seeing no hands raised and no one coming forward, we will recess the Board of Supervisors to go into closed session. And I will convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Root, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for this agenda?
Not today.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, we will then do closed session item 1A. And is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised and no one coming forward, we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the Water Resources Agency and recess into closed session. We will reconvene both items, both boards at 10:30. Thank you.
Testing mic 1. Testing mic 1. Testing mic number 4. Mic number 5. Mic number 6.
Good morning.
Mic number 7.
Clerk's mic.
Mic number 8. Mic number 10.
Thank you, Alex.
Mic number 11.
Yep, that's fine. Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mic number 12.
Wireless mic 1, I believe. Wireless mic 1.
Diego's mic.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2. Podium mic.
Monterey room test.
Everything sounds good, Jorge.
Perfect, thank you.
Nobody signed it on the dais yet, so. I have one for Charles too. And you want public comment to be 2 minutes or? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Ready to- Yep. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Root, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And now, if we could please have our announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete para el día de hoy de español a inglés y de inglés a español. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Well, today is a very special day. It's October 4th, and it's the feast of St. Francis of Assisi, who, as many of you know, was the patron saint of all kinds of animals. I'm happy that we have a group of people today who care about animals as much as anybody else in the world, whether it's dogs or cats or horses or lamb or goats, or for me, it's birds. So I just want to make that acknowledgement about today on October 4th. October is known for many different things. It is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It's also Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is why I'm wearing my pink shirt to remind all women to get their mammograms. I've lost entirely too many close friends from breast cancer, and it's one of the most serious illnesses that a woman can have. 1 in 8 women will contract breast cancer in her lifetime. It is more common with Black women than in white women, and less so with Asian, Hispanic, and Native American women. It's a very serious issue, and I think it's something we all need to be conscious of. However, it's also Farmer and Farm Workers Month. So today, I'm very pleased that we have someone special who's going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Norm Groot is the Executive Director for the Monterey County Farm Bureau. In honor of October as Farmer and Farm Worker Month in Monterey, Norm is going to lead us in the pledge. He started in agriculture by pulling weeds at his dad's nursery when he was just 5 years old. Some people call that child labor, but I don't think he complained very much. After receiving his degree in business accounting at the University of Southern California, he went into the family business as the treasurer, working for 14 years to expand the business, and then he went to work for Monrovia Growers for 17 years. Starting in late 2010, Norm assumed the executive director position for Monterey County Farm Bureau. He's engaged with many different parts of our community, including chair of the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce in 2015 and service on their board of directors for 6 years. He currently participates in the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee and the Hartnell College Ag Business and Tech Institute Advisory Committee. He's on the Transportation Agency of Monterey County and also serves on the Transportation Safety and Investment Plan Oversight Committee. He's immediate past chair of the Community Advisory Council for the Central Coast Community Energy and is a member of the board of directors of the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association and the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. He's also served on the Central Coast Community Healthcare Board. In October of 2022, Norm received, this is just really just recently, Norm, I think it was just Saturday night. Okay, Saturday. Da, 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 da. Norm received the Ag Leader Award from the National Award. He received the Ag Leader Award from the National Steinbeck Center And in February 2021, he received the Agricultural Leadership Award from the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. These are some very big awards that are so well deserved. Norm is married to Marcia. He resides in Prunedale and has 2 married daughters. Thank you so much for being with us, Norm. It's always a pleasure to work with you, which I get to do a lot. And now if you would please lead us in the pledge.
Sure. And thank you this morning for the introduction. And if we could all stand, put our hands over our hearts, remove our hats, and pledge allegiance to our flag as we begin together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Groot. And now I will turn to our clerk and see if there are any additions and corrections to today's agenda.
There's an addition to item number 28 under consent calendar general government, and that is an attachment was received, and that's the consent and release form. And there's an addition to the adjournment to adjourn in memory of Alice Jordan, and that's from District 4 Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move forward with our ceremonial resolutions. And we have quite a few of them today. We have 8 ceremonial resolutions. 4 are going to be presented. And so I think what we'll do is ensure that we can take a motion to approve the ceremonial resolutions.
So moved.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. We'll take it out to the public for any comments on the ceremonial resolutions before we get into the presentations.
See no hands.
I'm seeing no hands raised, so we'll please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you so much. And the first one is going to be presented to Cora Panturad, and it is celebrating California's Clean Air Day. And I'm going to be doing the presentation on that one. Clean Air Day, among many other different things that we're celebrating. And I'm very pleased to have you with me today to allow me to present this to you. And we were just talking about this. Whereas air pollution contributes to higher rates of cancer and heart and lung disease, which adversely affect health. And whereas 85% of smog and particulate matter, air pollution is the result of combustion of fossil fuels in our transportation vehicles. And Monterey County has recently adopted a clean fleet purchasing policy aimed at converting the county's fleet to zero emission vehicles. This action is expected to reduce the emissions of the county by 5,072 metric tons of carbon dioxide annually, serving one of the primary goals of the county in preserving the health of our residents, workforce, and visitors. The county's undertaken a climate action plan which seeks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 for both its community and its operations, both of which find that the largest source of said emissions comes from vehicles and transportation. County vendors, employees, and elected officials have tremendous power to help lower emissions, and education about air quality can raise community awareness, encourage our community to develop better habits, and improve our community health. The Monterey Bay Air Resources District implements the California Clean Air Act and the Federal Clean Air Act in our region. And whereas the vision of the Monterey Bay Air Resources District is that all individuals in its jurisdiction will live, work, and play in a clean air environment. Whereas California will be joining together across the state to clear the air on October 5th, 2022. And whereas Monterey County employees are encouraged to take the Clean Air Pledge for California Clean Air Day. And whereas Monterey County residents, businesses, employees, and community members are encouraged to participate in Clean Air Day and help clear the air for all Californians, now therefore be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of the county and its residents thereof, hereby celebrate California's Clean Air Day on Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. So I'm very delighted to present this to you. And if you would like to say a few words.
Well, thank you Supervisor and supervisors for this resolution. I'm really excited to accept it. By the way, I'm Cora Pancharod, Sustainable Infrastructure Analyst here with the Sustainability Program. Clean air is kind of the common denominator that really cuts across climates, the environment, human health, and equity. And we know that at the Sustainability Program, we're really proud to be working on reducing the county's impact in this. And we're also moving forward right now. We hope to bring this to the board soon, but to have a project installing 3 electric vehicle charging stations that are level 3 fast chargers in low income areas in the county to help the public move this direction as well. And to also I want to draw the attention to indoor air pollution. And we hope to continue with our climate action plan to help our public and residents transition to a lifestyle that is more healthy for their families and communities. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up, we have Chris Lopez, who's going to be presenting a resolution perpetually recognizing October as Farmer and Farm Worker Month in Monterey County, which honors their contributions and dedication to ensuring a safe food supply, even in the most difficult circumstances. And Supervisor Lopez will be presenting this to Norm Groot.
Join me, Norm. This is an exciting morning. I get to stand up here with a local celebrity just this Saturday. I got to be at the Steinbeck Award at the reception and dinner down at the Braga Barn in Soledad, where we recognize Norm for all of his contributions to our community. This resolution is one of those because it was actually a staff member of Norm's who reached out to me last year, right after she saw some other counties in California doing the same thing and said, you know, for everything we do in Monterey County, it's time we do the same. And I completely agree. It took a year to get here, but here we are celebrating October perpetually as as Monterey County Farmer and Farm Worker Month. For our community, we know 1 in 5 jobs throughout this entire county is from agriculture and the activity that it generates. But more importantly, it's how we connect to the land and the stewardship that we continue to provide to this community. And whether you're in the hills with cattle, on the ground with a row crop, or picking berries further north in the cooler climates, ag has given so much to our community, including for my family, access to the American dream, that first foothold in this country, to come here to work, to see opportunity, seek opportunity, and achieve. And so it is it's a great honor and privilege to stand here today to present this resolution to Norm as the lead of our Farm Bureau here in Monterey County. But as I said, a local celebrity who's done a lot to preserve agriculture in our community. And I know he doesn't like the attention, and that's why I do it a little bit. But Norm, I'd love for you to share a few words with us.
Great. And thank you for those kind words. Really appreciate it. And it is great to be in a community that really appreciates their farmers and their farm workers. Everyone's out there working really hard today to harvest their crops. We're coming up on the end of the season here, and October is an extremely busy month for our farmers and our farm workers. And we appreciate those who really help put the crops on our dinner tables every night. And whether we're local or whether we're across the country, we all benefit from what happens here locally, not only in the Salinas Valley, but all of Monterey County. So thank you for this honor, and I'm glad we finally got it done. And thank you to Suzanne McBride, who really was the spearhead behind this and emailed your office, I think, several times about this. But it's great to finally recognize, something that's very important, not only to our citizens and our residents here, but to our economy as a whole too. So thank you for this honor.
Well deserved.
Want to continue on, Chris?
Absolutely.
I'll give you a little intro.
Yeah,
Now we're
get
going
him the microphone, you'll never get it back, you know.
we're going to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of October 3rd through October 8th as National 4-H Week in Monterey County. And Supervisor Lopez will be presenting this to Travis Tanaka and 5 other 4-Hers.
I want to welcome up our group from our local 4-H. If you'd come up and join us up front. Seeing these 4-H whites this morning put the biggest smile on my face, because I know that having that resolution, this resolution follow the one we just passed, is about setting up strong roots. And it's not something that's unique to Monterey County. Nationwide, over 6 million kids have gone through the 4-H program. Here locally this year, 475 kids are currently active in our local 4-H. 4-H is an organization, the largest organization investing in our kids nationwide. And I am just so proud to stand up here today and recognize this week as your week, a week for our community to take stock in who you guys are and who you will become, because we know that stewardship starts when you're young. And I've been very lucky to help auction off thousands of animals at the Salinas Valley Fair every year for lots of kids wearing the 4-H whites. But there's so much more that 4-H does in our communities that often we're not aware of. They're those basic lessons when we hear adults now say, I wish they still taught this in school. Well, maybe the school doesn't, but 4-H does. 4-H gets it done for our kids. And so it's a great honor to stand up here today and recognize in front of our entire community that this week, October 3rd through 8th, is National 4-H Week nationally and here locally. So with that, I'd love to turn it over to our real leaders today. And we'll start here with Travis.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. My name is Travis Tanaka. I'm an adult volunteer with the Monterey County 4-H program. I'm also this year's president of the Monterey County 4-H Leaders Council. So as Chris said, 4-Hers do have an opportunity to learn a lot, especially about quality life skills in a positive youth development environment. Youth in 4-H get to experience things like citizenship, communications, leadership, as well as community service. So National 4-H Week is a time when all 4-Hers, local and nationwide, get to show off those benefits that they're getting, as well as the empowerment by being a 4-H member. So I want to thank the board on behalf of those 475 youth. And we also have 200 adult volunteers who help those youth. We have 14 clubs within the county, all the way from Aromas and south to Lockwood. And on behalf of the youth and adults, we thank the board for their ongoing support, as well as the recognition of National 4-H Week. So with me, I have 4 4-Hers who would like to convey to the board why 4-H is important to them and a little bit about themselves.
Good morning, Monterey County Supervisors. My name is Adriana Zapata, and I am a proud member of Natividad 4-H. I live in Bolsonos in District 2. I was first introduced to 4-H when my 3rd grade class went on a field trip to Farm Day. There, I saw kids, like me, showing classes about their animals. I was so impressed with their knowledge and confidence that I wanted to be a part of the program too. Within a week, I was signed up and at my first community club meeting. Over the past couple years, I've participated in several projects and learned so much. I even showed my first chicken, who took first in division, where I was awarded champion showman. The 4-H program has also given me the opportunity to practice my public speaking skills, which will help me in my future career. Thank you so much for supporting this awesome program.
Good morning. My name is Emerson Hoster, and I am a member of Spring 4-H. I am 12 years old. I live in South Salinas, and I've been in 4-H since I was 5 years old. 4-H has taught me to be a better person throughout my projects. My current projects are swine, goats, horses, and leadership. I enjoy being an officer in 4-H because it gives me the opportunity to encourage our club in all we do. Thank you for all you've done to grow the Monterey County 4-H program. I appreciate your continued support of this youth organization.
Hello, my name is Taryn Boyles. I am 11 years old and I am a member of the Spring 4-H Club. I live in South Salinas and have been active in 4-H since I was 5 years old. 4-H is so important to me as it has helped me to learn responsibility, working with my breeding and meat rabbits, and has encouraged me in public speaking. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for supporting an important program for the youth of our community.
Good morning, supervisors. It's an honor to be here. My name is Tommy Strelli, and I am the outreach officer for King City Rural 4-H. I am also a Gold and Emerald Star recipient. I enjoy raising pigs and chickens for competition at local fairs, as well as participating in many projects that my 4-H club has to offer. I'm also honored to be a member of the South County Teen Leadership Group. This past year at Shalom Peaks Middle School in King City, I taught classes on composting, the anatomy of an egg, and how reading to your pets or livestock is beneficial to you both. Recently, my community outreach has included modeling in the Alliance on Aging Trash and Show in King City, where my fellow outreach officer and I rocked formal wear made from feed bags and tired show whites. I was honored to be invited as the sole poultry exhibit at the Monterey County Fair. I also had the pleasure of hosting the intention tree for the kickoff of the Blue Zones in King City. Our club participated in National Night Out, and it was a great way to reach new members, and our club is growing in numbers already. After success of our second year in the summer reading program at Shalom Peaks, and with the success of my books, my Emerald Star project, the 4-H Book Barn, I've started working with San Lucas to not only bring them a book barn for their bus stop so kids can access books and learn more about how to join 4-H, and even when the doors are closed, but we are also starting an after-school program to reach the underserved students at San Lucas. Many of them didn't have the ability to make it to a meeting in a neighboring town, so we'll bring a little bit of 4-H to their school every month with fun stream projects, livestock information and training, and importantly, friendships. 4-H is about building skills, building community, serving others, creating better tomorrows through today's youth, and I'm very happy to be a part of that. Thank you for your support of 4-H in Monterey County, and happy 4-H week.
A great honor and privilege to stand here today and present to you guys this resolution. And I also want to thank my colleagues, because it's not just a resolution. Every year, this board also invests in our local 4-H. So thank you for your support of 4-H in Monterey County. And with that, I'll present to you guys this resolution, and we'll take a photo together.
Congratulations, and thank you for being with us this morning. And it's delightful to be able to present such a wonderful award to you. Keep up the good work. And now I get to present another one, and I'll come down to do it. It's a thrill to be able to present this honor to you, Stacy.
Thank
you. So I'll tell you who she is and what she did. Stacy Wood lives in Carmel Valley, lives up in Robles del Rio. Thank you. This might help. Lives in Carmel Valley, lives in Robles del Rio. And she contacted my office because she was worried about the lack of fire safety in the neighborhood where she lived. And so she just put on her hat and started talking to people about it, started recruiting people to help her with this. And she ended up setting up the first Firewise Council that we had in this part of Monterey County. And it has just bloomed and blossomed since she started. There are so many additional Firewise communities now, all because of the work that you did, Stacy. And I'll just speak a little bit more personally, and then I'll read the whereases. But I know her, and she's a very quiet and private person. She had to go way out of her comfort zone to do what she did. And it has made such a difference. It truly has. So I'll just read what we're saying about you, that I'm happy that you're going to be able to have this to remind you of everything that you've done. Over the last 2 years, Stacy Wood served as the president of Robles del Rio Firewise to help educate the neighborhood and the community, to encourage and assist residents to create more defensible space and harden their homes, and to inspire other neighborhoods to create their own Firewise groups. In June 2021, there were only 3 Firewise communities in Monterey County. And 14 months later, with the hard work of Stacy Wood, there are now 28 Firewise communities, mostly in the Carmel Valley. What began with a journey into the meadow to trim some low-hanging branches, Stacy Wood had a vision that became a group of 30 people applying for an official designation as a nationally recognized Firewise community, and then as a federally approved nonprofit organization in less than 1 year. Stacy Wood began taking proactive steps to support the Firewise goal of fire education, safety, and prevention. Notable and significant accomplishments by Stacy Wood have been 2 community-wide events to inform local residents about fire awareness and education, as well as how to, quote, harden a home against wildfires. Stacy Wood proved herself to be the hub of the wheel when it came to developing the community within Robles del Rio and throughout Carmel Valley. Beyond the tangible accomplishments of her achievements are the many relationships she has developed along the way. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of all of the residents thereof, acknowledges, commends, and thanks Stacy Wood for her exemplary service to the residents of Monterey County in your capacity as president of Robles Firewise. And this is adopted today, October 4th, 2022, with a great deal of personal thanks and appreciation.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Adams. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the entire Board of Supervisors for this profound honor, and to offer a very special thank you to Supervisor Mary Adams for not only supporting Robles Firewise Group's endeavors, but in acknowledging and recognizing my efforts as its president over its first years. In November of 2018, during the devastating Camp Fire, which destroyed the town of Paradise and took the lives of 85 people, I was moved to compose a letter which was then signed by over 100 Robles residents and sent to Supervisor Adams and Fire Chief Michael Urquedes of Monterey County Regional Fire District. In the letter, I pled the case of Robles del Rio as a community with not only one way in and one way out, but one with significantly low water pressure in the fire hydrants. As a consequence of that letter and others sent by many concerned citizens, Supervisor Adams and Chief Urquedes organized the 5th District Wildfire Preparation Community Meeting in January of 2019. It is fair to say that if not for that meeting, I would not have achieved the accomplishments I'm being recognized for here today, and Robles would not have been the first Firewise community in Monterey County. Few of us achieve what we do completely on our own, so I want to acknowledge and thank Alan Crockett for being a dedicated co-founder of Robles Firewise, Pam Peck from Fire Safe Council for her mentorship, encouragement, and for securing $45,000 in grant funds for our roadside clearing projects, which improved access for first responders and evacuation. Fire Chief Kevin Kamnikar of MCRFD for partnering with us on our public education events, and for helping to build almost every Firewise community in Monterey County. Continuous gratitude goes out to all the first responders, agencies, organizations, businesses, and residents who have contributed to Robles Firewise's community programs and to helping make Robles and the Valley a safer place to live. And I also wish to thank my husband, Damon, who is not only an original Robles Firewise board member, but who has given me his love, encouragement, and unwavering support. In a little over 2 years, Robles Firewise became a nonprofit organization, hosted 2 community education days, has donated over $10,000 to local fire-related organizations, educated nearly 1,000 people on defensible space and home hardening, and with the help of Torrecitos Ridge Firewise, distributed over 500 tow chain covers to reduce roadside fires. In June of 2021, there were 3 Firewise communities here. As of August 2022, there are 28 nationally recognized Firewise communities in Monterey County. From 3 to 28 in 14 months is just astonishing. And Monterey County Firewise communities now make up 1.5% of all the Firewise communities in the entire nation. I will end by saying this. Firewise is a crucial nationwide program because we are all in this together. Like it or not, this is a scenario where every single plot of land, home, and acre impacts every other. When we do our part, we impact thousands. When we do not do our part, we impact thousands. It has been both my privilege and honor to do my part, and I continue on both as a board member for Robles and as a mentor to support and encourage those who continue in our footsteps. Thank you for acknowledging and honoring my work.
Well, thank you again, Stacy, and all of the people engaged with protecting all of us from the fire issues that we face in our beautiful Monterey County. Those are the only awards that we're presenting today. We had another one acknowledging Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley for its 50th anniversary, doing a posthumous selection as the recipient of the 2022 E.E. Jean Harden Award for Lifetime Achievement in Central Coast Agriculture to Dennis Caprara. Also a resolution recognizing Tom Arnold on his retirement from the Pasadena Homeowners Association after a long career of dedicated attention. Great. So we've already gone through that. Let's go to appointments now. We have, I think, just one appointment today, and we'll see if there's any member of the board that wishes to make any comments on the appointment that we have.
Move approval.
Thank you. No hands. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on today's appointment? Okay, seeing none, we have. Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Please do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Now moving forward, we will go to our consent calendar. And today we have items number 20 to 32. Is there any member of the board who wishes to pull anything from consent for question or comment? Yes, Supervisor Phillips.
29 just for comment on it.
29. Okay, Supervisor Lopez. Okay, Supervisor Rudascu. Nope, and Supervisor Alejo.
None.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to 29 for a comment.
Well, it's more of a rant than a comment, but and I will support this, but we're spending $77 million for a bridge. And I think we need it. We all know sometimes with the heavy rains that we have to block off Davis Road, but all the money we're spending on Davis Road, it was for a 4-lane highway to go out to a roundabout that the people at the Bluffs really don't want. And then it was supposed to be, when it was designed, this great project, it was supposed to be a third way into the peninsula. And it was designed so it would connect up with the East Side Parkway. So you would go down Davis and go a couple miles and swing on the East Side Parkway. And it would help alleviate the traffic that we have between the peninsula and the Salinas Valley. And instead, the Keep Forward Wild people got the East Side Parkway stopped. So we have this millions and millions of dollars we're spending for this road that's going to end up on Reservation Road. And then you either turn right and go down and take the road into through the existing road, or you turn left and go down to 68 and you still have created nothing. I'd much rather see all that money put into fixing Highway 1 and put 7 miles of 4-lane through Moss Landing up to the county line where we really need some help. So I will support this, but I just wanted to make my point clear about this great Davis Road that, to me, it's a road to nowhere.
Grant received. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on any of the consent calendar? I'm seeing no one coming forward, and we're not seeing any hands raised. With that, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruescu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. We will now look forward to general public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any item that is not on today's agenda? If so, please come forward and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to regress to 4-H a little bit again, even though I lost my team behind me, but what a great venue. And they said it probably better than I'm going to say it. Good morning, Chair Adams and Board. My name is Dirk Giannini, a co-community club leader of the County Council who is here today. And we've been trying to get here the last few months, but we ran into fair season and it's been kind of hard to coordinate things. But I personally wanted to, on behalf of all the 4-H community leaders and parent volunteers in the county, I wanted to thank you for your generosity and support. Not only with 3 consecutive years of financial support garnered through the Ag Commissioner's Office, which was further supplemented with office space and staff partnerships. This is not going unrecognized, and 4-H appreciates you very much. I, as well as many other parent volunteers, are dedicated to groom and mold our members to become the next agricultural leaders of our county. Thank you for investing in our youth.
Thank you very much. And please give my best regards to your lovely wife. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment on anything not on today's agenda? Seeing none, we will go ahead and close this.
There's one hand raised.
Okay.
Phone number ending in 902.
Hi, my name is Nina Beatty. There have been 3 fires in 2 years at the Tesla PG&E Vista facility in Moss Landing that Monterey County approved. This latest shut down Highway 1 for 12 hours. Lithium hazards are well known and dangers are easily foreseen, but county officials ignored them. Officials including the Planning Department, the Health Department, including the Environmental Bureau, the Planning Commission, and the administration. They failed. Instead, they approved a toxic, fragile facility. Lithium is explosively flammable to water, air, and heat, and is subject to thermal runaway. Yet you approved this facility in a corrosive marine environment next to the slough and the ocean, in a tsunami zone and in a sea level rise zone, next to earthquake faults and under the huge towers of the power plant. And this will happen again. You put the Highway 1 corridor at risk, at constant jeopardy. Local residents are in danger. The air, the Elkhorn Slough, the ocean are in danger, and our power supply is now in danger. This is part of a series of costly decisions not based on science or facts that keep happening. Well, special interests drive the decisions in Monterey County, and the public pays over and over again. There will be a next time. And how much damage and how much money will this greenwash debacle cost the people of Monterey County? And I want to comment on the FireWise issue too. Any FireWise community must opt out of PG&E smart meters, which are a fire and electrical hazard on every building. And any smart neighborhood and commercial district goes to PG&E and gets these things removed and puts analog meters that are actually grounded, have much less problems with any fire issues that may arise. They also have lithium batteries in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty, for your comments today. Are there any other hands raised? Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will now close public comment and go into our first scheduled matter of the day, which is adopt a resolution to select Eden Housing jointly with the City of Salinas as the developer for the 855 East Laurel Drive in Salinas project. And we have Melanie Breddy here to do the presentation for us. Thank you, Ms. Breddy.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors, for having me today. Make sure I get the right presentation. Melanie Beretti with the Housing and Community Development Department, presenting today's item before you. So the recommended action today is that you adopt a resolution to select Eden Housing, Inc. jointly with the City of Salinas as the developer for 855 East Laurel Drive in Salinas. It was selected through the request for qualifications for the design and development of 100% affordable multi-family or rental housing. That you authorize the Housing Community Development Director or designee to jointly with the City of Salinas negotiate an exclusive negotiating agreement with Eden Housing for the development and provide direction to staff. I did just want to note our records in the agreement, which was adopted to put into effect the affordable housing, actually refers to the site as 845 East Laurel. So just a note for confusion, I will be referring to 855 throughout because that is the accurate address of the site that we're talking about. So in June of 2021, the county and the City of Salinas entered into our memorandum of understanding regarding coordination of responsibilities related to operation of the Share Center, which has been open now for a while, as well as the development of the affordable housing at East Laurel Drive adjacent to the Share Center. County and city staff have taken initial steps for the proposed housing development. And in this, the MOU did identify that the city would act as lead project manager and facilitator during the process of selecting an affordable housing developer in collaboration with the county. The RFQ for the design and development of the affordable housing project did include some minimum requirements, such as a minimum of 50 units, lease agreement, as well as affordability restrictions that would be in place for not less than 55 years. And it also calls out that the developer that is selected is responsible for securing financing and operating subsidies for the project. The RFQ was published on May 6th through the City of Salinas, and we also published it on our website as well. The original deadline was June 6th, but we did extend that to June 24th based on request and some needed time of a number of the applicants. We held a facilitated site visit, and we also added an addendum to add an optional area, which you can see on this map. The red outline is the area of the property proposed, and then that larger dashed red line is the additional project area that the county added after the RFQ had been released, recognizing that that was an opportunity site. And it was included as an optional site that proposers could include in their proposals.
Just, can you go back to that for a minute? Can you show me where this is relative to the Share Center? I was trying to,
Yes, so this is the Share Center right here.
okay.
And this is East Laurel Drive. Thank you. And right here is Veterans Way that you turn up to the Share Center.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking the clarification. So we received 8 proposals, 7 of which were accepted, 1 which was rejected due to late submittal. We had a rating and ranking committee of 6 and an interview committee of 7 members, which interviewed the top 4 ranked teams that were proposed. So through this process, Eden Housing Inc.'s proposal for what they're calling Daphne Heights came out of the rating and ranking committee with the top score, as well as held the top score out of the interview committee. There are 2 scenarios proposed with Eden's site plan. Scenario A, which is proposed to be 132 affordable units on 5 acres. That's the original footprint of the project. And then scenario B, which would be 180 units on 6.85 acres, which would include that added additional area. Eden's proposal is proposed in multiple phases. The main portion of the project, or scenario A, includes 2 phases, a phase 1 and 2, and then there's the potential for that 3rd phase and that optional additional area to be added. We do want to note that there is flexibility and opportunity as we continue to work, should Eden be selected and we move forward with them, to adjust unit counts, to adjust unit bedroom size compositions, to consider targeted clientele, as well as the pursuit of project funding and tax credits. There will be community outreach, so some of this will be with input from the community and also may include constraints based on funding that's able to secure for the project. So for our project next steps, should the board approve the resolution today, will entail first entering into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Eden Housing, which staff would return to the board and city council for consideration in the near future. We've also identified some needed updates to the memorandum of understanding between the county and the city to address some matters related to this, including, I think importantly, an agreed upon approach for sharing the regional housing needs allocation credit for this project, as well as including some discussion of potential future funds, in particular for pre-development costs that the developer has requested assistance with, and the city of Salinas is considering identifying funding for those pre-development cost support. Likewise, any amendment to the MOU would be brought back to the board and city council respectively for consideration. There will also be the need for a subsequent ground lease for the project to help facilitate it. This would be a future agreement that, once some more of the details are worked out, that would also return to the board for approval. So with that, staff recommends that the board select Eden Housing to be the developer for the 100% affordable housing at 855 East Laurel, and authorize the HCD director or designee to negotiate an exclusive negotiating agreement with Eden for the development and provide any other direction to staff. And I'm available for questions or comments if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preddy. We'll go to our board to see if there are any questions or comments. Supervisor Phillips.
No, but we worked with Eden Housing before. They're a good company, well respected. So I will support the motion when made.
No concerns here. I just love to see a couple extra apartments put in for Natividad, given the proximity. So just going to throw
For
that out there.
employee worker.
Exactly.
Okay.
Workforce. But there might be some extra money there. Who
I
knows?
was thinking that. Thank you. Supervisor Root Askew.
I continue to be so pleased and impressed with the way that the county and the city are working together on shared goals and shared initiatives, because ultimately we're all serving the same resident. So thank you, Melanie, and the Salinas team for just the commitment to continuing solving big challenges collectively. I was glad to see that the Salinas Soccer Complex was involved in the selection process. I know there's some other communities of interest in that region, so we'll just make sure we include them as we move forward. I think Acosta Plaza Community Associations or the residents of Laurel Heights were the other two communities that jumped out to me that may have interest and desire to be heard and as we move forward. And then also just wanted to, this is not, it's a great location and we have the property available, but I also wanted to make sure that we're thoughtful about things like bus access. I know we've built and continue to build on our affordable housing in parts of District 4, but one of the big challenges that we continue to hear from those residents is the lack of access to public transportation that allows them to get to places of, shopping or work or school or education. So just want to make sure we're also really thoughtful about how we plan for that moving forward. But no, I'm excited. I'm pleased to support this recommendation today and just want to again give a big shout out. It's great to see progress being made, and I recognize that there's ongoing discussions around the RHNA numbers. If that's I'm confident that we will be able to address that and move forward. Both the county and the city need these units, and hopefully we'll be able to continue identifying additional sites where we can work together to continue working to build the housing that's going to meet our collective RHNA needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Root Askew. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. And obviously this has been in the works for quite some time. And even before this particular project, I had previously submitted a referral to make this site, it was even before the Share Center, affordable housing for veterans and other low-income families. So obviously with the conversations over the years, this project has evolved to what it is today. And I'm certainly very supportive of Eden Housing. They have similar projects all throughout Northern California. They are good property managers and they are good partners. And certainly on the RHNA numbers, that should be shared between the county and the city, as we all have to meet our heightened goals that the state set for counties and cities over the next 10 years or so. But I had some questions beyond the RHNA numbers. It was just, well, first of all, I agree. I think we need to have an additional community town hall on this. And I know we will get probably some NIMBYism there, but having these forums for communities to raise their concerns and to hear about it and to ask additional questions for those who cannot attend a Tuesday morning meeting, I think it's important. And I think we should certainly do that with the council members that represent this area. Secondly, though, was just trying to do a project right and trying to raise questions before they become problems. As we know, our maintenance yard has had several break-ins. With the design of these apartments, is it included that it will be a gated area, fenced off area? Will there be cameras on property? Was that included in the site? Otherwise, there will be issues there just because of the various encampments and then the issues that we've had there. Certainly having fencing for the Share Center has been important. As there was people trying to go in and the security and the fencing really made a difference. So for this community to be safe and not have those kinds of trespass issues, was that included in the bid for this project?
If I may, through the chair, I actually do not recall specifically seeing fencing as a part of that. I do want to note that, this was an RFQ, it was a concept. And so that's important feedback that staff can take back with the developer as we move forward and make sure that security is integral to the considerations for the design, as well as community outreach. Really want to echo that that's an important part of our scope. And we do plan to do that community outreach to our neighbors and other interested members in that area.
Great, because I just know eventually it will be an issue, because it's certainly already an issue for us. It's an issue for the soccer complex. It's an issue for the Safeway store on the other side, but the walkway it's all adjacent to all these different projects. And I just want to make sure that we're thoughtful to make sure that it's a success and we minimize issues after they're already built. The only other thing I would add is I was in the process of on that, if you could go back to the map on that additional property site. I know this one is being talked about in being done in 3 phases, which I think it's great. But that additional property, I had raised this previously with their board because I had done a walkthrough when we did a cleanup there not too long ago. It goes around it's hard to see here, but there's a fence off area for the maintenance yard. And on the other side, there's the ROP program, the high school program that's there. It's adjacent to that additional property. So there's two ways of ingress and egress. If there was a driveway done through what is currently part of the maintenance yard parking lot on the opposite side, it would be at the very top of this chart. But on the lower side where it says the original project area, I know there's fencing there. So there's going to be some designing that needs to happen just to how to get to that additional project area. But it is a significant parcel. It's a beautiful part. It oversees the slough and Twin Creeks Golf Course on the other side. But rather than making it all intense, I think we should be thoughtful. And that's what the reasoning for referral, not only on this property, but on the former Ag Commissioner property on East Laurel and Natividad, was just mixing the types of housing we're doing in the additional project area. I really thought having low-income senior housing might be a good fit for that area, so that it's not all, that we provide a mix of options for Salinas and Monterey County residents to live there. But that's a discussion for another day. I just wanted to flag it now, as this property and the Ag Commissioner's property are still projects that we should zone and already have in the planning to build additional housing on there. And if my colleagues go to that additional project area, it is sizable. It's pretty significant. And I just want to make sure that we're providing a mix of housing options for local residents, as there hasn't been a senior housing project for low-income residents in quite some time. I think Chispa did one probably about 10 years ago. And I think that was the last one within Salinas. But overall, I support this. This is great. And I think this is something the community could be proud of, but it's an example of the county partnering with the city and other partners to make use of what was vacant land for decades and not being used at all. And we know that housing is a top priority for Salinas and for Monterey County. So I would certainly like to make the motion to approve this after public comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Melanie, can you just tell me what the timeline is to bring this project to fruition?
So there is a fair amount of funding that's flowing now for affordable housing projects. So we've been mindful with the city, and I do want to echo, I was remiss not to really call out and thank our city partners, staff over at the city who've been working really diligently on this process. So I do want to acknowledge them. So we are, our next steps are really to get that exclusive negotiating agreement underway, because that is really what will facilitate and allow Eden Housing to get very active on starting to implement the steps needed. And then some of the driving timeline will depend on the cost and funding for the project. So I don't have a more refined timeline. I would imagine that in the exclusive negotiating agreement, or potentially our MOU update, after having conversations with Eden, we may have we can bring back some proposed timelines that we would hope that this development can move along.
Great. And then is the funding shared the responsibility for going after the funding, shared with the city and the county, and or who takes the lead on that?
Sure. So ultimately, Eden, as the developer, is responsible for securing funding and financing, both for the construction and the operation of the development. That being said, city and county, we recognize ourselves as key partners, both to work with outside fund sources to help leverage some of that. The city of Salinas has a fairly significant amount of money that they have available for competitive funds for affordable housing projects that this project may be able to compete for. Currently, the county, we don't have identified funds that could be available competitive, but as any make themselves available, we would also likewise work with Eden to be able to submit proposals for any competitive funding that we may have as well.
Great, thank you. And let's take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to make a comment or ask a question on this item. No one's coming forward, and do we have any hands raised? Excuse me. Nope. Okay, so we'll bring it back to our board, and I think that we have a motion from Supervisor Alejo and a second from Supervisor Askew.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we? Any other comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I would just like to thank Salinas staff. The team over there has been really great and proactive and really trying to advance housing solutions within the city limits. And so the partnership with our county staff, I want to thank them all because I think the community could be proud of this collaboration and for this project to come forward. There's some beautiful views from this particular property just because it's one of the highest elevated areas within the city limits of Salinas. And so I believe once this is constructed, it's just going to be a beautiful neighborhood and for the residents that live there. Next to the soccer fields, a new sidewalk that was put in by the city on Laurel, and hopefully a skate park and BMX park in the future when we could secure the funding for that. But there's some really great things that have happened in that area. And I think this is going to be an added contribution to the neighborhood. So with that, thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now we will close item 13 and go into item 14, which will be to consider approval of recommendations from the Legislative Committee to adopt positions on 3 measures that will be appearing on the November 8th ballot. And I believe that we have Annette Diadamo, who is just sitting right there, ready to do our presentation for us. And she can introduce her colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Adams and members of the board. Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office. And today I'm seeking your approval of recommendations made by the board's Legislative Committee at their last meeting to take positions on 3 ballot propositions, which will be appearing on the November 8th ballot. The first recommendation is to support Proposition 1, a constitutional right to reproductive freedom legislative constitutional amendment. This proposition will amend the California Constitution to expressly include an individual's fundamental right to reproductive freedoms. And it includes both the fundamental right to choose to have an abortion and to choose or refuse to use contraceptives. The second recommendation is to oppose Proposition 27, which allows online and mobile sports wagering outside of tribal lands. It's an initiative, constitutional amendment, and statute, which would allow Indian tribes and affiliated businesses to operate online mobile sports wagering outside of tribal lands. Just as a side note, the CSAC Board of Directors took an opposed position also on Proposition 27. And then the third recommendation is to support Proposition 31, a referendum on a 2020 law that would prohibit the retail sale of certain flavored tobacco products. A yes vote on this measure would approve, and a no vote would reject a 2020 law, which was SB 793, prohibiting retail sale of certain flavored tobacco products. And the CSAC Board of Directors also took a support position on Proposition 31. Additional information on these ballot propositions is included in Exhibit A to this report, which is the Secretary of State's official voter information guide for the November 8th election. Supervisors Askew and Supervisor Alejo serve on the board's legislative committee, and Supervisor Alejo also serves on the CSAC executive committee. They may wish to make additional comments on these items. And we also have the county's state legislative advocate, Ashley Walker with Nossaman LLP, available on the Zoom if your board has additional questions. If your board approves these recommendations, we will notify the yes on Prop 1, no on Prop 27, and yes on Prop 31 committees. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D'Adamo. And let me first go to our board for any questions or comments. Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. And speaking on behalf of the legislative committee, we did feel that these items were generally included within our legislative platform, but because they are statewide propositions, wanted to make sure that we were explicit in the county's support and bring them to daylight them to the Board of Supervisors for any concerns or comments that needed to be shared. The one that and I'm going to go out on a limb here, the Prop 30 we did not discuss in legislative committee, but Prop 30 would be impose a 1.75% personal income tax increase on Californians making more than $2 million per year to fund a suite of climate programs that are very much aligned with the efforts and the initiatives that the county climate and sustainability program is working towards, and really working to identify funding sources for electric vehicles, for charging stations, and specifically to make sure that our lowest income residents in the county have access to electric vehicles and charging stations moving forward. So we didn't have it on the agenda today, but I did just want to mention that was something that I think would be worthy of consideration as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rudascu. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, first of all, I think on Proposition 1, I think it's really a statement of California values to protect women's reproductive health, and it's in line with what this board took leadership on even before the Supreme Court issued its unconscionable attack, its decision that was an attack on reproductive rights. So I think we led on that issue early on, and I think this supporting Proposition 1 reaffirms our commitment to supporting women's reproductive health. So I want to mention that. On 27 and 30 also, our board amended our ordinance to ban flavored tobacco just a few months ago. This would do the same at the statewide level. And so I think it aligns with our prior position taken by this board and the leadership that we took. Prop 27 has to do with the online gambling, and it's funded by major out-of-state corporations. The majority of the money that would be generated would go to those states where those corporations are based, New York and Massachusetts, among others, and very little would actually remain in the state. And this effort really tried to use the de minimis amount that would be designated for homelessness and for non-gaming tribes. They try to make that the face, but it's very little that goes to them in comparison to the billions that would go out to other states. And this was an issue for counties, and it was a big issue of discussion at our executive board at CSAC, because it's local governments that would have to carry the burden and the cost for high-end addictions to gambling that we expect to happen with this measure. And so there is a direct connection to who ends up paying other costs with high-end accessibility to gambling online. And there was also a discussion about the commitment the state made to gaming tribes, and that's why over 50 Native American tribes in California oppose Proposition 27, because it undermines the deal that voters made with gaming tribes back in 1998 under Proposition 5 that allowed gambling casinos on tribal lands. And so after a long discussion, CSAC came out and supported this measure, and we had a high-end level to get the CSAC to take a position, and we were able to achieve that at the e-board level. So I'm very supportive of all these three. Prop 30, the last one that was mentioned, it's not on the agenda today, but there is some mixed views on that, and that's why the governor came out very strongly against Prop 30. He called it fiscally irresponsible and puts the profits of a single corporation ahead of the welfare of an entire state. And the corporation that they're talking about is Lyft. The transportation app is the biggest funder that put this on the ballot. So there's a lot more to that proposition than what's just being said out there. And I think that deserves more discussion if we were going to entertain a position on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rudasky, can you tell me, do you know, are there going to be other positions that we will be taking, either support or oppose before the election?
No, these were the three that we discussed in legislative committee and decided to bring forward.
Okay. And proposition or measure Q, we've already taken a position on that.
I believe we've already taken a position, a very strong and early position on that.
Great, good. Okay, thank you very much. Let's take it out to the public. And I see that we have one hand raised, and that would be the hand of Ann Wheelis.
Good morning, supervisors. I am Ann Wheelis, a resident of Pacific Grove, a member of the California State Advocacy Committee of the American Heart Association, and co-chair of Monterey County Collaborates, which is the County Tobacco Control Coalition. I've worked on tobacco use prevention in the county for over 30 years. I urge you to approve the recommendation of the Legislative Committee to support Prop 31, the referendum on SB 793. Passed in 2020 with bipartisan majorities in the Assembly and Senate, SB 793 banned the sale of most flavored tobacco products with the intent to reduce youth use of flavored products that have been developed and marketed to appeal to and addict young smokers. In March of this year, as Supervisor Alejo reminded us, your board unanimously updated the county's tobacco retail licensing ordinance to include banning the sale of flavored tobacco products. Your protection of the health of the youth of Monterey County, the youth who are exemplified by the 4 young 4-H members who presented to us today, is extended to all youth in California by your support of Prop 31. I commend Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Root Askew of the Legislative Committee for bringing this matter to the full board for your approval, and I urge you to approve their recommendation. Thank you for your work to protect the health of Monterey County residents.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wheelis, and also thank you so much for your years of dedication and really fighting to ensure that children and adults as well are protected from the wiles of the tobacco industry in all its various forms. Thank you so much. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to make comment today on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back and go for a motion.
So moved, Madam Chair.
And I'll second.
Okay, so is that Alejo and Root Askew? And if we could have a roll call vote, please. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. The motion passes. And with that, we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and we will return at 1:30 when we will reconvene. Thank you.
Testing mic number 1. Mic number 4. Testing mic number 5. Mic number 6.
Clerk's mic.
Testing mic number 7. Mic number 8. Mic number 10.
Mic number 11.
Mic number 12.
Wireless 1.
Staff mic number 1. Staff mic number 2. Audio mic.
Diego's mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call to order by reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for today, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And now, if we could please have our announcement from Mr. Silas. Thank you, Mr. Silas. And now we will move into our first scheduled matter of the afternoon, item number 15, which is to receive a report on the status of the county's compliance with AB 1466, modifying discriminatory restricted covenants. And with us, we have Melanie Beretti and associate.
I am Melanie Beretti, Principal Planner with the Housing and Community Development Department here at Monterey County, overseeing the Advanced Planning team. And I'm joined here in the booth with my colleague Taylor Price, who's an Assistant Planner with our Advanced Planning team. I just want to say I am truly privileged in every sense of that word to be in the position that I am today as a part of the county's team, bringing today's item forward to the board. And I really recognize and appreciate that privilege that I've had to bring me here today. I also just really want to say that it's an honor to work as a part of a County Monterey as a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity toward achieving racial equity and advancing opportunity for all. So I truly hope that today is just one of the many opportunities that I'll have to be a part of educating and correcting some of the past inequities here in Monterey County, as well as helping to create and keep us on a more equitable course going forward. I want to really acknowledge that while Taylor and I are here presenting, this is really a collaborative presentation pulled together with the clerk and the recorder's office, Monterey County Free Libraries, and the Health Department. We'll be joined by Alicia Sotelo, the Assistant County Clerk Recorder, who is available as well for questions, and Krista Haney as a part of the Health Department's Planning, Evaluation, and Policy team. So with that, I'll hand the presentation over to my colleague Taylor, and we'll go from there.
So we would like to receive the board's recommendation on the following items. First, to receive a report on the status of the county's compliance with Assembly Bill 1466, modifying discriminatory restrictive covenants. 2, authorize staff to further research and develop a proposed restrictive covenant modification education project, and provide direction to staff. We want to provide a brief overview. We want to provide a brief overview of the presentation structure. First, we'll briefly review the history, discuss restrictive covenant modifications, AB 1466, review the Marin County Restrictive Covenant Project, look at the Monterey County efforts, and then briefly review closing remarks. So first, we wanted to briefly define covenants, restrictive covenants, and discuss the history of racial covenants. A covenant imposes a legally enforceable restriction that is recorded in a deed. A restrictive covenant is a legal agreement that prohibits a particular group of people from selling or renting to anybody of that specific race or ethnic background. Restrictive covenants were a method used to segregate neighborhoods by race or ethnic background. Restrictive covenants were deemed unenforceable by the Supreme Court in the 1948 Shelley v. Kramer decision. The 1968 Fair Housing Act prohibited discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing-related transactions based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, marital status, and familial status. Restrictive covenants have been identified in Monterey County, particularly in Pacific Grove and Pebble Beach, but are not exclusive to those areas. Most restrictive covenants in Monterey County were created in the 1930s and early 1940s. The state of California has a required process for modifying and updating prior restrictive covenant language in recorded real document property. State law outlines a process and has required that the county recorder's office follow the restrictive covenant modification process, which existed before the passage of AB 1466. AB 1466 requires that the county redact prior restrictive language and that language be stricken from real property documents. And the county work to identify potentially unlawful restrictive words in recorded real property documents. The purpose of the restrictive covenant modification is to allow the recordation of a document to redact blatant racial, religious, or other restrictive covenants from a previously recorded document after county council or designee determines such language violates fair housing laws and is void. So the current restrictive covenant modification, current government code section 1295 6.1 now requires that the unlawfully restrictive language be redacted and blacked out so it's not visible. Government code 1295 6.2 now allows any person to submit a restrictive covenant modification to the recorder for review. And as you can see here, this slide shows an example of a restrictive covenant modification document on the left. The right shows an example of how the prior restrictive covenant modification process worked and how the process works now with the passage and implementation of AB 1466, where restrictive language is masked, so it is no longer visible. AB 1466 requires that the county recorder's office establish a program to identify and redact the restrictive language. So restrictive language is no longer visible in recorded real property documents. The recorder's office is working with vendors to locate unlawful restrictive language. This process is currently expected to take approximately 4 to 5 years. Monterey County has created an equity timeline to inform residents about the impact local, state, and federal laws and policies had on Native Americans, Asian Americans, Latinos, and African Americans in Monterey County. The timeline allows residents to identify actions taken in the community to address the root causes of racial inequity. The timeline explicitly mentions the impact that restrictive covenants had and the impact of restrictive covenants on exacerbating racial inequality in the county. Marin County created a project that works to educate and inform Marin County residents of the impact that restrictive covenants had on the county's communities. Marin County created the Marin County Restrictive Covenant Project to inform and educate residents about the history and significance of government policies that were intentionally discriminatory and created segregated communities in Marin County. The project is a collaboration between the Community Development Agency, the county's Office of Equity, and the Assessor Recorder's Office. The project was created before the legal requirement of AB 1466. It was designed to inform and educate the residents on the existence of restrictive covenants and the impact on the community. The webpage has a significant number of resources devoted to educating residents on restrictive covenants and other discriminatory housing practices and how they have shaped the makeup of the county. The educational portion of the project is housed at the Marin County Free Libraries locations and on their webpage. In addition to the requirements of state law that are a part of AB 1466, staff is currently researching the possibility of bringing the educational and informational components of the Marin County project to Monterey County. Staff presented to the Historic Advisory Committee on June 13th. The HAC members expressed strong support for Monterey County to continue researching the feasibility and effort required to bring a similar project to Monterey County and presented this research to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. Staff from HCD Planning, the Health Department, and Recorder's Office met with Marin County on July 7th to understand how much staff time was involved in creating the Marin County Restrictive Covenant Project. Staff presented to the Equal Opportunity and Civil Rights Advisory Commission on July 20th. The EOCRAC members expressed strong support for Monterey County to continue researching the feasibility of this effort and the effort required to bring this project to Monterey County. Staff presented to the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee on August 18th. HHHSC members agreed and supported staff's recommendation to continue researching the feasibility and effort required to bring a similar project to Monterey County and present this research to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. So once again, we would like to receive the board's recommendation on the following items. Receive a report on the status of the county's compliance with Assembly Bill 1466, modifying discriminatory restrictive covenants. Authorize staff to further research and develop the proposed restrictive covenant modification education project and provide direction to staff. We thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Price. I will start with my colleagues and see if we have any questions or comments. Supervisor Phillips.
Good idea. We move forward on it.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Agree.
Very good. Supervisor Alejo.
Madam Chair, I really want to thank our staff for their hard work. I know this was part of state law and that we have to move forward on it, but I believe that without counties and local governments playing a more proactive role, Sacramento could take whatever action, but it's not going to really remove these vestiges of racism and segregation in our own county, in our own records, unless we take a more proactive role. And I know the work is large, and that's why staff recognize this is going to take 4 or 5 years. But each time we do that, each time we remove that oppressive language, that racist language from our deed and real property records, I think that is making sure that in the future these are completely removed from whoever new homeowner will buy in that particular neighborhood or that particular property. This language will no longer be in there. We all know that in the past there's been some sad chapters throughout U.S. history, and certainly here in Monterey County, certainly here during World War II, where many of these restricted covenants were put against our Japanese American brothers and sisters. So I just wanted to recognize the importance of this work, commend staff. I want our staff to feel confident that this board is supportive of this language, but I think it also reflects a change in how we govern our communities, that it's more just, it's more fair, it's equitable, it's trying to be respectful of all peoples and welcoming all peoples of all backgrounds in our county. But unfortunately, these things did happen, but it doesn't mean those things have to remain on record within our own county assessors, recorders, files. So I just want to commend this work, and it's long overdue, and it's never too late to undo a wrong from the past and make it into a right. With that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Supervisor Rudescu, do you want to weigh in on this item at this point? Okay, thank you very much. I thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I share your comment about it's a privilege for us to be here in the true sense of the word. It's also really uncomfortable to recognize that these kinds of discrimination just were part of the nomenclature here in the county, and I'm glad to see that we're planned to remove any racist language from property deeds, even though it's been unenforceable for decades. So will this project apply to properties countywide or only in the unincorporated area?
These would apply countywide.
Great. Okay, super. I know that Pacific Grove City Council took action to remove this language from deeds some time ago. So they will be, if our rule is more strict, they will be governed by ours. If theirs is more strict, they'll be governed by theirs.
Yes, yeah, yes, what our county and our recorder's office do will be applied to deeds countywide.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to make comments on this. Seeing no one coming forward and seeing no one's hands raised online. And we'll bring it back. And I think our recommended action is to authorize staff to further research and develop a proposed restrictive covenant project for Monterey County, similar to the Marin project with local adaptations. I'm happy to make that motion. If somebody would second it, thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. Okay, I think we've got plenty of people on board here. Could we
Madam
please
Chair?
have a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, my hand is raised.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a legacy hand. Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
Madam Chair, I would just like to add for staff, I know the motion's already been made, or maybe it could just be added, that it would be nice to make this a teachable moment for communities, not everybody pays attention to this meeting, but it would be nice on one of our web pages for our housing and community development, just to have an explanation why this is being done, maybe some examples of where it happened within our county, because I know in our last presentation, it was enlightening to me for staff to give exact examples in numerous communities throughout Monterey County. So I hope that we could document this and why it was done, and that these were real things that happened, not in other parts of our country, but they happen in our own backyard. And so I hope that explanation could be documented somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And I think you have your direction. Thank you, Taylor, for your presentation today. And welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will close item 15 and open item 16, which is to conduct a public hearing to consider adoption of a negative declaration prepared for 7 pending applications that would permit commercial cannabis activities at 5 different locations within the northern portion of unincorporated Monterey County. We have with us Mr. Craig Spencer, who's going to be doing our presentation today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm presenting today for your consideration the initial study and negative declaration for 7 cannabis projects on 5 different sites in the North Monterey County area. We have, as HCD, prepared a couple of initial studies for the cannabis industry, finding that we had over 70 applications for commercial cannabis operations in existing greenhouses after the adoption of our regulations. And under CEQA decided that we needed to evaluate the cumulative impacts of all 70 applications. We broke that up between 2 different distinct geographic areas. This board has approved and reviewed the 45 sites in the Salinas vicinity. And this is more limited because there are fewer greenhouses existing in the North Monterey County area, which has different set of circumstances. I've gone over the need and skip that slide. So this particular effort was 7 different cannabis applications, as I said, on 5 different sites in North County. There are sites where there are more than one operator on leasing on the sites. They had agreed to fund and prepare an initial study that was submitted to the county. The county edited the document to make it reflect the county's independent judgment and circulated the negative declaration, finding that there were no significant effects on the environment for public review and comment. During the review period, we did receive 4 different comment letters. We received a comment letter from the Department of Cannabis Control asking for some clarifications and amplifications on mostly project descriptions and the role of the Department of Cannabis Control and state licensing. We received some suggestions from the Department of Fish and Wildlife to consider impacts on water use, lighting, and pesticide use, and that would provide coverage for them and their role in cannabis licensing as well. And we received comments from neighbors to 2 different specific project sites, mostly asking about odor control measures and waste disposal requirements, which will be addressed as part of the review of the individual permits and are required as part of the cannabis program entitlement process currently. So we have made some clarifications and amplifications to the initial study since it was circulated. Those are shown in strikeout and underline format in the document attached to your board report. Those were the clarifications mostly requested by Department of Cannabis Control and address their comments to make the document better. As an informational document, it didn't change any of the conclusions and didn't require recirculation of that document. We had a separate attachment that responded to the requests of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, as their comments were fairly general in nature, and we have had site-specific information and review on all 7 applications and all 5 sites within the initial study. So adoption of the initial study today would provide CEQA coverage for all 7 pending cannabis applications at the 5 different sites in North Monterey County. There are no mitigations, and we are recommending that the board adopt the initial study that would provide the CEQA coverage today. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. So let's see if we have any questions or comments from my colleagues here. We'll start with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Brudescu, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Alejo, have you any questions or comments on this item? Well, I think we will move on then, and I'll make a couple of questions, make a couple of comments. I'm glad that you're working with the applicants on the shared environmental review document. I think it's a really efficient and effective way for HCD to be working through its backlog of cannabis permits. To be able to do it this way was a good idea. It appears to me. So today we're only being asked to adopt the CEQA review of these proposed documents. That if we adopt the neg deck today, what additional steps would be required to approve these applications?
Yes, so the action today is on the environmental document only. It's not an action on any individual application. The county code requires administrative approval, which is a discretionary action on each individual application. Those would need to be separately noticed. A report will be prepared, and provided nothing changes in those applications, the CEQA action will be to rely on the document you're considering today.
So this is like step 1. Now they've got to go through the whole application process.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I noted that there was a comment from Ms. Alanis. She raised a question about the requirements for mulching and the disposal of cannabis plants. I had the opportunity to tour some of the cannabis greenhouses just this past week, and I heard that they have concerns that the requirements are just really onerous and could be better handled to get rid of the stumps essentially by composting them, rather than having to mulch and haul plant stumps and debris off-site. So I'm just wondering if you would know if what the requirements are for stump removal, and if what we're doing locally is different than what the state is requiring. Do you know the answer to that? Just
what we don't have separate requirements locally for cannabis waste disposal. It is something that's reviewed as part of the permitting by our Environmental Health Division using the criteria in state law. And so there are requirements for how cannabis waste is disposed of. The particular comment had to do with the way in which they were chipping plant products and the particulate matter that it caused and the way that it drifted towards her particular residence. So that can and will be addressed within the operational plans for that particular application.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I thought I would just kind of stick in my little thing about the stumps, since I had just heard about it and I got what they were saying. Okay, let's take it out to the public then and see if there's any member of the public that would like to comment on this particular item today. I'm not seeing anyone coming forward, nor do I see any hands raised, but Valerie, maybe I'm missing something.
No hands raised.
Okay. All right. So let's bring it back to the board then for any final questions or comments.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Sounds like we can just go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Slick as glass. Thank you. So we will close item number 16, and now we will go to other board matters. And I will turn to our County Administrative Officer.
No comments this week, Madam Chair.
And do you have any comments about anything on any subject whatsoever?
Well, I just say the next item is new referrals, and no, there are no new referrals this week either.
Okay, very good. All right, so then we will bring it back to board comments. And actually, let me see if there's any member of the public that wants to comment on your no comment. Seeing nothing. Okay. Okay, board comments. We'll start down with you, Wendy. Supervisor Rudescu.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the City of Salinas and the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace and the plethora of partners who gathered to host the first annual March for Peace. It's great to see community coming together for shared visions of a community that's safe and healthy for everybody. I wanted to also announce that tomorrow evening at 5:30, I'll be hosting my next Wednesdays with Wendy online town hall. We'll be talking about emergency preparation, and the Office of Emergency Services will be our guest speaker. So everyone's welcome to hop online to Facebook Live or on Zoom to join us there. And then really, really exciting news that was announced in the Herald last week that our Light Fighter Village Veterans Transition Center affordable housing project has now reached full funding. Really, really exciting that project will be built down the street from our District 4 office in the city of Marina with phenomenal services, expanding for VTC to continue providing the important transitional and support that they've just really done such a phenomenal job with ensuring that all veterans have safe and appropriate housing. So congratulations to VTC, and I'm looking forward to the ground breaking on Light Fighter Village.
Congratulations and thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll share a couple quick things. Last week, I was happy to co-host an event at the library in Greenfield with Assemblymember Rivas, helping people get their first ever library card. I had a little bit of a, what do you call that? I wasn't neutral. I think I had the cutest constituent that came through and got his first library card. That was Theo. He was extremely happy. Took a stack of books. I can tell you we've gone through them about 3 times already, but there were so many kids from the community who came out, either got their first card or accepted one of the free books that were being given out that day for them to keep at home. A lot of excitement. So I want to thank the assembly member for partnering and bringing that event to the community of Greenfield. That night, we also had a mental health forum in Soledad, which was extremely well attended. There's probably about 50 to 60 people there to draw resources. A lot of our VITA partners were in the room to learn more about the resources available. So it was a great opportunity to learn and listen to community. I also want to share that over the weekend, I had the opportunity to attend the Steinbeck Awards, the Valley of the World Awards. And besides Norm, who we had here earlier, the Braga family was also honored for their commitment to our community, their stewardship of the land, as well as the King City FFA. And 700 kids in King City at the high school are members of the FFA.
Wow.
An incredible number, but we were just proud to be able to share with them and hear from them and have a great dialogue with the new professor who is now on the Steinbeck board. He's the official professor for the nonprofit, who shared about Steinbeck's legacy throughout the world, including during World War II and going to Vietnam and protecting his own son. Standing sentry over camp there as a soldier, as a favor from a president who respected his work. So we had a lot of great interactions and education. I will share that last night, Soledad raised the LGBTQ plus inclusive flag, and that was very cool. I couldn't be there, but my staff was there in support. At the same time, we were holding a town hall in King City, which went extremely well. Great conversation, listening session, and the next one will be tomorrow night in Soledad. But overall, just continue to be in the community and listen, and it's a very enriching experience. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
No, I don't have anything to share. I lead kind of a dull life, so.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Well, it was not so dull. Supervisor Phillips did join me last Thursday for this great celebration, and I mentioned it before, but it was to put some beautiful signs in East Salinas in honor of the living legend Joe Cap. But what we didn't mention last week was at the event we had Everett Alvarez, who one of our high schools in Salinas is named after, a Vietnam war hero and a Navy commander. He came all the way across because I believe he lives in Maryland, but he came back to Salinas to join his childhood best friend in the honoring. And also there was their middle school teacher, Pam Brunelli. So after many decades later, Ms. Brunelli, who I hope to honor in the future, was still there in Salinas supporting her students, no matter how long it was afterwards. And she was the first teacher to take both Everett Alvarez and Joe Cap to visit their first university at UC Berkeley, which they later attended. For me, it was just the power of an outstanding teacher in Ms. Brunelli. The next day, we had a nice exhibit of the bracero workers, and I want to thank Supervisor Lopez and former Supervisor Simon Salinas and local attorney Blanca Sarasua for joining us for that. It was well received, but all of us are descendants of bracero workers who came to this country to provide labor to this country during a very critical time, especially during World War II. But for many of our communities and for many folks who came out, it was a way for that history, that chapter in our family's history to be recognized, a story that is very little told out in our communities. So it was great partnering with Dr. Ignacio Ornelas, the Santa Cruz Museum of Art and History, who had these rotating in Santa Cruz, Live Oak, and Watsonville, and we made sure to bring it in Salinas, and we are hoping to find a permanent home here, hopefully at the Historical Society or somewhere else in Monterey County, so that we could continue to educate people, our local families, about bracero workers. And I, as the co-chair of the Leave Me Home Leadership Council, Saturday was beautiful. It was our first ever Salinas March for Peace. And I want to recognize Mayor Kimberly Craig, my co-chair, but also Jose Ariola, who was the organizer with many other youth and community organizations who put it together. I think we had over 250 residents show up for the march. And we had a nice little rally and a celebration at Closter Park where the march ended. And we hope to keep doing this every year to remember all those we have lost to violence and hopefully continue to work to prevent losing any more lives, most to our young people in our community. And I think I have one more event that happened on.
I think you snuck into a car show at Rancho Cielo too.
I wasn't at Rancho Cielo. Talking about cars, a great car show at Rancho Cielo from some of our local car clubs in Salinas. And all the money they raised went to support the programming at Rancho Cielo. But I just want to say that I've seen it more in the last 2-3 years, more than any other time, that even the car clubs in Salinas have really partnered on a lot of different good causes, fundraising for different organizations. I know when we lost our Salinas police officer who was gunned down, all 12 car clubs in Salinas came together to support our police department. So I really want to thank them for their civic duties, and they're giving back to the community in a lot of different ways. It's just something that I wanted to really give them props on. But last thing on cars, there was an electric vehicle event on Sunday at the rail station, and it was a good turnout of residents, both English and Spanish speakers alike, coming to ask questions about electric vehicles. And there were some really high-end vehicles that are hard to get. I know or hard to see at least, the Ford F-150 and some other more higher-end cars to your conventional Fords and Chevys. But I wanted to really thank the organizations that put that event together, Ecology Now and a few other organizations make that possible. So it's an annual thing. I hope we get more residents to turn out. test drive those cars, ask questions, and they even had a car show with electric vehicle owners who were answering questions, what it was like to own an electric vehicle, how much they save each year. So it was a good opportunity for residents just to ask other longer term electric vehicle owners of what it was like and their experience with electric vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. My life is more like John Phillips. It's, don't have a whole lot of things going on. I did have my birthday on Sunday, which was rather enjoyable. And this coming week, we've got a number of good things that are happening. The Community Foundation is doing its celebration of philanthropy, which is always an exciting thing to participate in. And we're also going to have the Association of the California Water Agencies coming to Town Region 5. There'll be a tour and some presentations. Most importantly is that there's going to be a breakfast with Nobel laureate economist Dr. James Heckman for First Five. And that is to take a look at some of the most important things that we're doing that could be really promoted and effectuated by Proposition Q. So my hope is that people will come out to hear them. With that, I will look to County Council to do our readout from closed session today.
Yes, thank you, Chair Adams, and happy birthday. I have two readouts for the County Board of Supervisors today. The first is the board has authorized initiation of litigation in one matter. The second is the board approved a tentative agreement with Unit S contingent upon association ratification. And for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors, I have nothing to read out.
Thank you very much for that. Before we adjourn, I do want to wish a very happy birthday to tomorrow for Charles McKee, our wonderful county administrative officer. We share almost a birthday, and then following next week, we'll have Supervisor Lopez's birthday. So we're just zooming them up through. Okay, so I know that we are going to adjourn this meeting today in honor of Ashley Michelle Rhodes. And I think, Mr. CAO, will you make a few comments?
Yes, I will. And before I move into that, I do want to wish you a happy birthday, and it's nice to share the month with both of you. And I think Kelly's coming up soon thereafter. So Kelly, you can join too.
What is your date? Okay.
It's a good month.
All the best people are in October.
That's right. I do have some sad news. Ashley Michelle Rhodes, stepdaughter of our IT director, information technology director, Eric Chatham, his stepdaughter. And she really was a daughter to Eric and his family. She was a vibrant, successful, young professional woman. She was very important, as I said, to Eric and his family, beloved daughter, mother, wife, and friend. And I know I couldn't fathom the losing a child, let alone being a young child and losing a mother. So I just want Eric and his family and their friends to know that we are thinking of them here. And whenever you lose, somebody in, close to our family here, it's a loss that we all feel. If anybody is interested, there is a GoFundMe page that I can provide that information if you want to contribute to Ashley's family. Her son, Eric's grandson, also was injured in the accident and is recovering at home with Eric and his family. So our best wishes go out to him.
Thank you for that. It's very heartrending news. With that, now I will adjourn our Board of Supervisors, and pardon me? Good. Okay, we need to adjourn both the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and we need to adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. So we have two adjourns, and with that, thank you very much. The meetings are adjourned.
Happy
See
birthday,
you next
Mary,
week.
Charles, Chris.
Thank you.
Kelly. Bye.
Thank you.